Where's my dad?
Y'all ain't calling no more. That's
Seven? I like being an orphan.
hey, what your little white and black ass from behind there? I see what you doing. You shoot the daggone AirPod yesterday. Got no daggone sense. Money that we don't have. Just bought more charger cords. Why? Because you chewed them. We ain't got no good. No, no, you understand that. Dad just accused the baby. Okay. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll get that now.
No, we haven't.
Go to church.
Right. We can deal with this. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, we'll make sure.
Right.
Little side hobby.
So I was trying to decipher something.
My youngest daughter, Laura, she was born with a heart defect. There's a 50. She'll die.
You knew what you were playing with, which is staying at home to protect you. A lot of scary stuff and things any sane person would run. My name's Tony Pacucci. I don't know. This is Dougie Martin. His camera catches stuff you may not want to see. Ask him as a federal scientist, president. He believes it better than you. Together, hunt Gotham ghosts. That's how we unite. Our investigation takes the most haunted strip club in Jersey City.
And something grabbed me around the neck and we're taking along a professional skeptic. Everything back and reach it.
Yeah. I'm skeptical. Because, no, it's a money-making enterprise that uses cameras to make fictional scenarios for get drama into nothing happening in our world.
Go back then.
You're not going to have it.
That's yes. Then Shakira works on happened. Investigating and debunking Monica. Found one another online, which and I got in a fight. So he doesn't believe everything.
Not going to share the house, though. The devil's out. Oftentimes, ups and downs. Those is two mistakes. Oh, well, I have. Yeah, so, here's a midnight. Oh. Hey, why don't you call Kristen? Great devil's advocate. What does that mean?
Right. Okay, I'll bring her in. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Actually, no. There was an assessment. I'll give you proof of exorcism. I'm close. That's it. Yes. Probably.
What day?
No. That's it.
Okay, maybe we call back in. I'll try to get a babysitter.
That's fine. Great hiccup. Like, oh, no. I just gotta say something. I just gotta say everybody. What do you mean? So monkey flies with stripes.
No, I've never met anyone who
That's it. No. Oh. Ah! Okay.
No, I was just.
Sound okay? Your friend.
Oh, yeah, he's just.
Glad I knew a man that had hiccups like that. He had a heart attack and died.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. He was suicidal.
That's a bit chancy. Making a joke about suicide and heart attack. How do you know when?
3 years ago, I realized I was worried about ending. Constant. I stopped. Nothing back. Now I say whatever I think. See, don't look back and be why. I miss it.
No. No.
Take that as my deal.
Hi, happy Halloween. Anything else to actually watch it? Found out? Yeah. What'd you get? Oh, that's my deal!
So, yours? I've been screwed up. Yeah, so. Oh, shit. I know I should feel bad about you. Don't I feel bad about my case? But I think that I'm happy that this is
If you
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave now, but I'll wait outside around the
My phone died. They had 10%. And then it just died. So ghetto.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's enough. When other people are mean, what are we?
I don't like so.
That's right. Or take away your candy. I will try. I'm sure they're nice. And that's how
Welcome.
No.
Don't turn into a chip. Yeah. You know why? Because you're always eating something. That's when you're supposed to.
Call me if there's anything. Call me anything.
It's my wife. I just
I haven't been eating. right about that. Hey, how about you get about my business?
Okay,
Stop licking the computer, son. Why do you keep doing that? Come on.
Brenda, everybody, thank you, sir. Okay, listen. Guys.
Oh, they're not taking it for his bad behavior. You want to turn into a burrito? That's what's going to happen if you try to eat it. It's going to be a burrito little girl.
Oh God. Her parents locked her up in her room. The little girl tried to get out. So she screamed and screamed.
No, man, no, you're not getting no damn plastic. Yeah, but how about you get about my business? Don't even think about it. What? Where would you even go? Does it look like you got any room? Thank you. Niggas, it take y'all nowhere. Y'all want to go to the crick or the crack of the crook of the crick, and we're not even in the damn country. And even then,
I conditioned for starting to pick.
The light switch. Turn on the light.
But I guess that's the way they're eating. Let the demon reveal himself.
stupid does that sound to
Did
you?
you ever see anything like that in your church jungle?
My white family, we got to
Well,
do
it helps
better,
to get a
man.
bunch of light generators on the other side of the drywall.
Y'all's fault. It ain't my fault because I don't do that shit. I don't mess with any of this support.
Yeah, let's take a break and
I
we'll
love
do
my
it
hard numbers, but I ain't stupid. I'm talking to grandma, I'm talking to damn Beelzebub. Your ex-wife ruined your life anyway.
95% of what we shoot is helpful. But the other 5%, there's something likely. You must have seen. Oh, well, I'm not asking you. I'm just wondering if there's anything.
No. No, no. No. Video. Just I someone who died. And around. No. I don't know. You know. It's because colleges, there's like talking fashion.
And maybe we should get back to it.
I'm supposed to pray to you. And that's supposed to
Great stuff. Where'd you put them all? You
be
record
guys.
everything.
And
And you let me go. Yes,
that's
no,
not
I
something
didn't.
you does.
Not cool for that stuff. Who's that stuff?
Man, it's flee in the name of the Lord. I done visited about 30 demons and you niggas are still in there. I wonder why.
There's our spot, there's a daddy full of fashion. Rest. Makes you mountains. Brother Thomas. Certified. Not her. That's why the team.
Am I doing it? And objectively? I am. And she's next week.
What's the next? Unclean spirit yet properly vicious. There was definitely wicked.
What are you doing?
ladder going in the basement. Oh, well, this hallway is stuff.
How would you do it? Shut up. That's not right. Don't say shut up. It's rude. What's that for? Hey, work so hard and one lunch for us. Let me make it. Yeah. Or you could just stop. Why would you say that? I
Hey,
think I just
what
felt
are you messing with?
it's time.
Got me paranoid. What you for? Now you want paranoia patrol.
What do you think
Something.
sometimes?
I don't want to.
You think a pair of hats that are out there? Where do you see them? If they're alive, they need someone to save. What's this? Want the cats to die next? Oh, wait. Why? Just have it class. That's different dogs. It's a lesson. It's not a game. Okay. Want to do something?
Play a Harley?
On your third box.
My father ended her prostitute career.
Interesting. Harley, where the hell did you get the bag of chips from? Look here, both of y'all. How many y'all? Down somewhere. Y'all are both doing too much. Oh no. Harley, get your head out of the bag. What's wrong with you?
Are you messing?
Stop. How did this happen?
Just started.
I get you. You need a medicate now.
Just please. You look terrible. Probably something toxic. What do you get for camera? Don't look at her, demon. She can't. Name. Shoot. The piece. All I'm asking is represent. Calling me. I can. I forgot. Doctors here.
Right, she needs a doctor. This is all pose. That's not holy.
Have you responded to this?
I'm here to offer my psychological guidance.
Yes, which you did not do. You just decided by PR that you
I
would.
wanted to see if there was a psychological root, and there was. As soon as tap water was sprinkled, she ended and had an effect. And therefore,
You don't just do any of those paramedics. Just like that. Woman, Petra, our neighbors, is in danger. Especially, he's placed in a hospital that is not ready for it. He ended in the tap water. So that means the illness of the mind, not the soul. Doesn't matter. Please, I believe it was. I wanted to West Carolina. Therefore, by my volition, it was holiness.
rationalizing what happened. I'm doing my job.
It is not. Your job is to assess.
Wait. My decision. I will decide. Why did my wife react to tap water like it was water?
Demon response. Blood.
Why is God letting that happen to my wife?
Because Satan is a presence. God wants us to be fireable for our choice. Sir, it will not be recognized.
If you're right and it's medical, why is my wife speaking voices?
During severe malady, deeply religious but highly delusional will happen.
I saw her throw a man against the wall. How could she do that?
Besides, delirium patients show incredible reserves of strength from adrenaline, scientific, not super. I'd like to continue the exercise, but I want you two in the room with me.
Yeah, good look for me. And
What? Cocaine for hell is a drug.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Granny, it's Justin.
Oh, hi, Justin. How you doing? You been to the groceries yet?
I knew you was gonna say that. No, ma'am, not yet.
Uh-huh. You still got your food stamps?
Yes, ma'am, it just came in.
Okay. You know you got back groceries.
Yes, ma'am.
I got doctor's appointment in the morning. I can come over when I leave the doctor tomorrow if you want me to.
Okay, just let me know when you'll be on your way. Whenever you don't have to tell me a time, just let me know and I'll be ready. And I need to get my gabapentin. I haven't had it in like 4 or 5 days. I think I'm having a little withdrawals because I'm like real nauseous, but I'm okay. I got my painkillers, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And you left some pills in the car, too.
I did.
Uh-huh.
Oh shoot.
I'll bring them out there tomorrow. I got to go doctor in the morning. As soon as I leave the doctor, I'll call you. I'll come on out there.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So I'm staying home today and just a little under weather.
Okay. Well, get.
So,
I was gonna say I don't want to keep you too long. Get you some sleep. Get some rest.
can you go be there later on?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not going nowhere.
Okay, I'm gonna call you in a couple hours here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, love you, Jess.
I love you too, Granny.
Okay.
Bye. Oh, Brex. Cousin. Cousin. My damn baby's gonna grow up and be fucking 20 years old. I ain't gonna see none of it. Fucking depressing. But I want to spend my life. Gonna happen. Little girl. Pick up the phone. Other people don't answer after the third ring. They call everybody else. Caution. Talk to her. Don't want to kind of see me laugh my breath. Like 5 rings. That means nobody won't talk. Uh, that's not. Okay. Let me know. Okay. No, it's steady. Boy, don't chew on the Bible. Joker. Boy, get. God bless the child. Couple here. Oh, I'm advancing. My hips, probably. Oh, with them diamonds. Oh, that's just bad. Probably diagnosis. Sounds where I was a little weight. Thought Carly was on tour. On a tour, dude. Oh, twist. Yeah. And go to Chicago. It'll be a bad idea. No, that's the Lord sending me. All right, well, let's get the monster. Will you shut up? Thank you. What are you yelling? Who are you yelling at? Ah, what's the basis? Uh, that's Bible translation. Bible translation. Oh, NKJV. That's what the. No, that's the NKJV. The hell is it? A NASB. NASB. Well, I don't got money. Oh, this one's got God talks and good. Notice. KJ. Traumatized. No, no. I don't care about that. Not an actor. $20 point. Hey, coach. Curry. Okay, I don't know. 4 minutes in. I ain't got time. Probably. Just
Chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The Holy Bible, King James Version, read by Alexander Sloan. The first book of Moses, called Genesis. Chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form, void, darkness. The Spirit of God moved.
Oh, my
And
knees.
God said, "Let there be light."
When you call them have churches. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, mommy. Praise God. That's funny you just said that because I literally am doing an audio book of the New King James Version. Your Uncle Mark, my little brother, well, he's big now. He's 65, 6. He graduated days ago at U of L as a company lawyer. And, yeah, I'm just trying to get some stuff done, I suppose. Boy, and the cats. But what you been up to, Mama? I love you.
God saw the light that it was good. God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, the darkness called night. Evening and the morning, first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." God made the firmament, divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. So God called the firmament heaven. Evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. So God called the dry land earth, gathering together of the waters called he.
Whoa,
God
whoa,
saw
whoa,
that it
whoa,
was good.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Not called planet. Hold on, what's that again?
Of the firmament was so.
I'm a little slow.
And God called the firmament heaven. In the morning, second day.
What?
And God said,
Hold
let
on, bro. Hold up. Firmament. Bring it down. What?
And God saw the light that it was good. God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, the darkness called night. Evening and the morning, first day. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. God made the firmament, divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. It was so. God called the firmament heaven. The morning, second day.
That don't make sense.
And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear.
Why is it?
God called the dry land earth, gathering together of the waters called he.
Does firmament and heaven mean the same thing?
God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth. It was so. The earth brought forth grass, herb yielding seed after his kind, the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. God saw that it was evening and the morning, the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, give light upon the earth. God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. Made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and over the night, to divide the light from the darkness. God saw that it was good.
That means they don't
The
move.
evening and the morning, fourth day.
That's how it is.
And God said,
Stars
let
and
the
stars
waters
weren't
bring
moving.
forth abundantly the moving creature that hath
They were
life,
bright, but they
and
weren't
fowl
moving.
that may fly
They were
above the
set.
earth in the open firmament of heaven. God created great waves, every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, every winged fowl after his kind. God saw that it was. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. Evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping things, and beast of the earth after his kind. So God made the beast of the earth after his kind, cattle after their kind, everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. God saw. God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. God created man, stone him. Image of God created he, male and female. God blessed them. God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the
Well,
earth.
get off the Bible.
God
Joker.
said,
Boy,
Behold, I have given you every herb
Keep
bearing
doing
seed
some
which is upon the
foolishness.
face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the
Joker,
fruit of the
stop
tree
messing
yielding
with the
seed.
Bible, boy.
You it shall be for meat. To every beast of the earth, and to every
Sit
fowl
your
of the
butt down
air,
somewhere.
and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. This day God ended his work which he had made. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it,
Ow,
because
ow,
in it
Joker.
he had rested from all
Ow,
his work
Joker,
which God
stop
created.
killing my hand. Stop, son.
These are the generations of the
Here, let me
heavens
tune
and
him
of the
in.
earth when they were created. The day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, every plant of the field before it was in the earth, every herb of the field before it grew. The Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was not a man to till the ground. There went up a mist from the earth, watered the whole face of the ground. Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Man became a living soul. The Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also, in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Gold of that land is good. There is bdellium, the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. Same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. The name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. Fourth river, Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it. The Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. In the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him help. Out of the ground, Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. Adam gave names to all cattle, to the fowl of the air, to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found an help.
Wow, Adam out here flexing. I did not know that.
Caused a deep sleep upon Adam.
Okay.
He took one of his ribs, closed up the flesh instead
Adam's the
thereof,
original
and the rib which the
man.
Lord God had taken from man made he a
Literally.
woman, brought her unto the man.
Well, God is.
Adam said,
Adam.
This now bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man.
I was right.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife. They
Well,
shall be one
man,
flesh.
that's right.
And they
That
were
was
both
right.
naked, man and his wife, were not ashamed. Chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? The woman said unto the serpent, Ye may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. The serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, took of the fruit thereof, did eat, gave also unto her husband with her. He did. The eyes of them both were opened. They knew that they were naked. Sewed fig leaves together, made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. The Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? He said, I heard thy voice in the garden. I was afraid because I was naked. I hid myself. He said, Told thee that thou wast naked. Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? The man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done?
There was somebody talking like me. I was like, oh my god. I'm pretty sure it just did not sound like that. Well, I got $2, I ain't got $6. Pancake one. Get off my TV. I hate commercials. On everybody in the world. Oh my god.
Find out more in our Why the OS Matters.
Shut up. Bro, these niggas hit me with 4 commercials in 40 seconds. You know what? I got to go. Why does she fucking got me?
Woman said, The serpent beguiled
So
me, and I
annoying.
did eat. The Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Thy desire shall be to thy husband. He shall rule over thee. Unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake. Sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. Out of it wast thou taken. For dust thou art, unto dust shalt thou return. Adam called his wife's name Eve, for she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also,
And he named his wife too?
the Lord God
Wow.
made coats of skin, both. The Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. Now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat, live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the garden of Eden, filled the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, placed at the east of the garden of Eden cherubim, flaming sword which turned every way, the way of the tree of life. Chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve his wife. See, there Cain said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. He again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. The Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. Cain was very wroth, countenance fell. The Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Cain fought with Abel his brother. It came to pass when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel his brother, slew him. The Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? I know not, am I my brother's keeper? He said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. Now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. And thou tillest the ground, shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. The Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. The Lord set a mark upon Cain, and he finding him. Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod. Cain knew his wife, conceived, bare Enoch. He builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad. Irad begat Mehujael. Mehujael begat Methusael. Methusael begat Lamech. Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. Ada bare Jabal, father of such as dwell in tents, such as had cattle. His brother's name was Jubal, the father of all such as handle the harp, organ. And Zillah she also bare Tubal-Cain, instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Lamech said unto his wives Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice. Wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 77-fold. And Adam knew his wife again. She bare a son, and called his name Seth. God said she, Appointed me another seed, that of Abel. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. Chapter 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. The days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years. He begat sons and daughters. All the days that Adam lived, 930 years. He died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enos. Seth lived after he begat Enos 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth were 912 years. He died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begat Cainan. Enos lived after he begat Cainan 815 years, begat sons and daughters. All the days of Enos were 905 years. And Cainan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalaleel. Cainan lived after he begat Mahalaleel 840 years, begat sons and daughters. All the days of Cainan were 910 years. Died. Mahalaleel lived 65 years, and begat Jared. Mahalaleel lived after he begat Jared 830 years, begat sons and daughters. All the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years. Died. And Jared lived 162 years, begat Enoch. Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, begat sons and daughters. All the days of Jared were 962 years. Died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begat Methuselah. Enoch walked with God after he begat Methuselah 300 years, begat sons and daughters. All the days of Enoch were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, begat Lamech. Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years,
and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Methuselah were 960 and 9 years. And Lamech lived 182 years and begat a son. He called his name Noah, saying, This saying shall comfort us concerning our work, toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord had cursed. Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech 777 years and died. Noah was 500 years old. Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. The Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants of the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil. It repented the Lord. It made man on the earth. It grieved him at his heart. The Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth. Both man, creeping thing, the fowls of the air. It repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God. The earth was filled with violence. God looked upon the earth. Behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me. The earth is filled with violence and death. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. The door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. Lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. Behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, destroy all flesh wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. Everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant. Thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife, thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, them alive with thee. Shall be male and female. The fowls after their kind, the cattle after their kind, every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. Take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten. Thou shalt gather it to thee. It will be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him, so did.
Things are certain. So is the power of time. 50% more power. Time could forget and some after 3 years. But there's a thing that exists.
I am cancer-free thanks to the power of U of L Health Brown Cancer Center, the power of second opinion, medical first.
The power of holistic.
I am hopeful with the power of early detection.
The power of advanced technology and clinical trials only found here.
I am living life thanks to the power of academic research.
The power of world-class care close to home. That's the power of
Chapter 7. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by two, male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female. Keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, male and the female. God had commanded Noah. It came to pass after 7 days, the waters of the flood were upon the earth. The 600th year of Noah's life, 2nd month, 17th day of the month, same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up. The windows of heaven were opened. The rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. That same day entered Noah, Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, the 3 wives of his sons with them, to the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh wherein is the breath of life. They that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him. The Lord shut him in. The flood, 40 days upon the earth. The waters increased. Bear up the ark. Lift up above the earth. The waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth. The ark went upon the face of the waters. The waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. All flesh died, moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast, of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. Every living substance destroyed upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. Noah only remained alive, they that were with him gone. Waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Chapter 8. And God remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. God made a wind to pass over the earth, waters assuaged. Fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped. The rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. After the end of 150 days, the waters were abated. The ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. The waters decreased continually till the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot. He returned unto him into the ark. The waters were on the face of the whole earth. And he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. The dove came in to him in the evening. Lo, in her mouth an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. He stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove. Turned not again unto him. And it came to pass in the 601st year The first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, behold, the face of the ground dry. The second month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth dried. God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife and thy sons' wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. Noah went forth, sons, wife and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, took of every clean beast, of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. The Lord smelled a sweet savor. The Lord said, God, it will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, shall not cease. Chapter 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. And as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. Surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Image of God made he man. You, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. I will establish my covenant. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generation. I do set my bow in the cloud. It shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. It shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. I will remember my covenant, me and you and every living creature of all flesh. The waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. The bow shall be in the cloud. I will look upon it. I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant I have established, me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah. Of them the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, was drunken, was uncovered with his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Noah awoke from his wine, knew what his younger son had done unto him. He said, Cursed be Canaan. servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem. Canaan shall be servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Canaan shall be his servant. Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah, 950 years.
The iconic chocolate.
Tech companies should do more to empower parents to get their kids online, but letting government and stopping children from using against their education and connect with their friends. Wrong. This debate comes down to who politicians or parents. We don't need a government takeover of the internet to keep our kids safe. Power lawmakers, empower parents. Pros, Elsa.
More business requires trust. Prove trust without the fuss. Vanta AI. We are using AI to help you prove security. Starting a new framework like SOC 2? No problem. Set up new controls with AI-recommended tests and policies. Let Vanta continuously gather evidence for you with automated tests. Automate compliance and prove trust with Vanta.
Chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tyrus. Sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. Sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their land, every one after his tongue, after their families and nations. The sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, and Phut, Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Sheba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Raamah, and Sabteka. Sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod, began to be a mighty one in the earth, was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher, builded Nineveh, city Rehoboth, and Calah, season between Nineveh and Calah, same as a great city. And Mizraim begat Ludim and Anamim, Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, Pathrusim and Ashluhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtor. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Demorite, and the Hamathite. Afterward, families of the Canaanites spread abroad. The border of the Canaanites was from Sidon as thou comest to Gerar, Gaza, as thou goest, Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, unto Lasha. To the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, their countries, nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children. The children of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arphaxad and Lud and Aram. The children of Aram, Uz and Hul and Gether and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons, the name of one, Peleg. For in his days was the earth flooded. His brother's name, Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad and Sheleph, and Hazar Maveth and Gera, Hadoram and Uzal and Dikla and Obal and Abimael and Sheba, Ophir and Havilah and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. To the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, their lands, after their nations. These are the families, sons of Noah, after their generations and nations. By these were the nations divided, the earth, after the flood. Chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar. They dwelt there. They said one to another, "Look, too, let us make brick, burn them brutally." They had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, "Look, too, let us build us a city, the tower. Top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. The Lord said, "Behold, the people is one. They have all one language. This into now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Look to, let us go down and there confound their language. They may not understand one another's speech." The Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel. The Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. From thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years, begat sons and daughters. Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Salah. Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begat Eber. Salah lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. Eber lived 34 years and begat Peleg. Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years, begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years, and begat sons and daughters. Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years, and begat sons and daughters. Nahor lived 29 years and begat Terah. Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years and begat sons and daughters. Terah lived 70 years, begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, daughter of Haran, father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren, had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. They went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan. They came unto Haran, and dwelt there. Days of Terah, 205 years. Terah died in Haran. Chapter 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, "Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. I will make of thee a great nation. I will bless thee, make thy name great. Thou shalt be a blessing. I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed." So Abram departed, the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. Into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh. The Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram, and said, "Unto thy seed will I give this land." There builded he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. He removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. Famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, "Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife. They will kill me. They will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake. My soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. He had sheep and oxen, and he-asses, and men-servants, and maidservants, she-asses, and camels. The Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy way.
We began to hail together. We will save our people from this tortured existence. We are not help.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him. They sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. Abram was very rich in cattle, silver, and gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar he had made there at the first. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. There was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. The Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelt then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan. Lot journeyed east. They separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. The men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art, northward, southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, is in Hebron, built there an altar unto the Lord. Chapter 14. And it came to pass, in the days of Amraphel king of Shinar, Arioch king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of nations, that these made war with Bera king of Sodom, and with Birsha king of Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, and Shemeber king of Zeboim, the king of Bela, is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year came Kedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shavi Kiriathaim, the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto El-Per, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazes on Tamar. There went out the king of Sodom and the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim. Kedorlaomer the king of Elam, and with Tidal king of nations, with Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. Vale of Siddim. full of slime pits. Kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there. They that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. When Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, on the left hand of Damascus. Brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the beast. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shavi, King's Dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. He was the priest of the Most High God. He blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. Blessed be the Most High God, that hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. He gave him tithes of all. The king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. Chapter 15. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. Behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. He brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed. And he believed in the Lord, he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? He said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. When the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. Lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety, thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. Thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites, the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold, now the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou, and whither wilt thou go? He said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. The angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. The angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. He called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou, God, seest me. He said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roy. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old, when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. Chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. Abram fell on his face. God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee. Kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. I will be their God. God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee, their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep, between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. My covenant shall be in your flesh, for an everlasting covenant. The uncircumcised man-child whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget. I will make him a great nation. My covenant I establish with Isaac. Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Left off talking with him, God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, circumcised the flesh of their foreskin the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. Abram was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Selfsame day, Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Chapter 18. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre. He sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, and he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on. For therefore are ye come to your servant. They said, So do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk, the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree. They did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also. And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not. She was afraid. He said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. The Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it which is come unto me. And if not, I will know. The men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. Abraham answered and said, Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. He said, I will not do it for 40's sake. He said unto him, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall 30 be found there. He said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. That I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. The Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. Abraham returned unto his place. Chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even. And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. He pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. He made them a feast, did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. They said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. How will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. They smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? Son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. Seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, O not so, my lord. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. O let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither.
Ghirardelli caramel waffle cone squares. Crunchy waffle cone. Enriched Ghirardelli chocolate with a luscious caramel filling. Dr. Ghirardelli caramel waffle cone squares makes life a bite better.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him. He became a pillar of salt. And Abraham gat up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain. Beheld, lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. It came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine. We will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. They made their father drink wine that night. The firstborn went in and lay with her father. He perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. They made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab, same as the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi, the same as the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet. He shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. If thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, called all his servants, told all these things in their ears. The men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou, that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, Surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, well where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants. And they bare children, for the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Chapter 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. The child grew and was weaned. Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice. For in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. He departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. The water was spent in the bottle. Cast the child under one of the shrubs, and she went and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. He sat over against him, lifted up her voice, and wept. God heard the voice of the lad. The angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. She went and filled the bottle with water, gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. He dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God, that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son. But according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing. Neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham? And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass. I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son, took the fire in his hand and a knife. They went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father? And he said, Here am I, my son. He said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. They came to the place which God had told him of, and Abraham built an altar there, laid the wood in order, bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. He said, Here am I. He said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. In thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men. They rose up and went together to Beersheba. Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Uz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. His concubine, whose name was Rumah, she bare also Teba, and Gaham, and Dahash, and Maacah. Chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath-arba, same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spake unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. The children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. The presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead. Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee hear me. I will give thee money for it. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. The field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I dwell. Thou shalt go unto my country, to my kindred, take a wife unto my son Isaac. The servant said unto him, Peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land, Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? Abraham said unto him, Beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again. Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee. Thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence, and if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand unto the thigh of Abraham his master, and sware to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. He arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water, at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. Thereby shall I know that thou hast showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. He said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee. Is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. The man bowed down his head, and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man. Behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house, and room for the camels. And the man came into the house. And he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. He said, Speak on. He said, I am Abraham's servant. And the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he hath given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and men servants, and maid servants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink, and she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels, let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass, that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. Gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. Her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. They said, We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah, and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? He said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions. Let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah, and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil, and covered herself. The servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah. She became his wife. And he loved her. Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Chapter 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begat Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leaman. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. These are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up the ghost, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma and Massa, Adar and Tema, Jeta, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. He gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. They dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? She went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. When her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment. They called his name Esau. After that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. His name was called Jacob. Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob sought pottage. And Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, Tell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? Jacob said, Swear to me this day. He sware unto him. He sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. The Lord appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I sware unto Abraham thy father. I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries. In thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, She is my sister. He feared to say, She is my wife, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac, and said, Behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidst thou, She is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. Abimelech said, What is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lied with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that toucheth this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold. The Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants. The Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac digged again the wells of water which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they digged another well, and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and digged another well. For that they strove not. He called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. He went up from thence to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. He builded an altar there, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants digged a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzzath, one of his friends, and Phicol, the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? They said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou wilt do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord. He made them a feast, they did eat and drink. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. He called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old, when he took to wife Judith the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Bashemath the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah. Chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here am I. And he said, Behold, now I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love. Bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth, and thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him, and he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. He came near, and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let peoples serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison, and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. What shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. By thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. And these words of Esau, her elder son, was told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee thou to Laban my brother, to Haran. And tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? Chapter 28. And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban thy mother's brother. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, and that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajel, to be his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. Behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. Thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee, until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place. And I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee. Chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter cometh with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. They said, We cannot until all the flocks be gathered together, and till they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. And while he yet spake with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. She ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. He abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter. Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. It came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also, for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bare a son, and she said, Now will I praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah, and left bearing. Chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in God's stead, who hath withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. She gave him Bilhah her handmaid to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived, and bare Jacob a son. Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah Rachel's maid conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. She called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to wife. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a son. And Leah said, A troop cometh. She called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a second son. Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. He called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes. He said unto her, Is it a small matter that thou hast taken my husband? And wouldest thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, Thou must come in unto me, for surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. He lay with her that night. God hearkened unto Leah. She conceived, and bare Jacob the 5th son. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. He called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the 6th son. And Leah said, God hath endowed me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. He called his name Zebulun. Afterward she bare a daughter, called her name Dinah.
Acorn TV, brilliant. Around the world. Acorn TV, brilliant.
And God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bare a son, and said, God hath taken away my reproach. He called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go into mine own place, and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served thee, and let me go. For thou knowest my service which I have done thee. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, tarry. For I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. He said, Appoint me thy wages, and I will give it him. He said unto him, Thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. For it was little which thou hadst before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And the Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. Now, when shall I provide for mine own house also? And he said, What shall I give thee? And Jacob said, Thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep thy flock. I will pass through all thy flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats. And of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before thy face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. And Laban said, Behold, I would it might be according to thy word. And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. He set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob. Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and pilled white strakes in them, made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks in the gutters and the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. The flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. The man increased exceedingly, had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's. Of that which was our father's hath he gotten all this glory. Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And the Lord said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before. But the God of my father hath been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. Your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But God suffered him not to hurt me. He said thus, Speckled shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, The ring-straked shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring-straked. Thus God hath taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. It came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes, and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. The angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob, and I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see, all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointedst the pillar, and where thou vowedst a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which God hath taken from our father, that is ours and our children's. Now then, whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. Then Jacob rose up, and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle, and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, and that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had. He rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. It was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled, and he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp, and hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. The God of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And now, though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longedst after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Peradventure thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou findest thy gods, let him not live. Before our brethren, discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen. Laban went into Jacob's tent, into Leah's tent, into the two maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. She said to her father, Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. He searched, but found not the images. Jacob was wroth, and chode with Laban. Jacob answered and said to Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin, that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was. The day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely thou hadst sent me away now empty. God hath seen mine affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. Laban answered and said unto Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, these children are my children, these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone, set it up for a pillar. Jacob said unto his brethren, Gather stones. They took stones and made an heap. They did eat there upon the heap. Laban called it Hagar-Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galeed. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galeed. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. God of Abraham, the God of Nahor, God of their father, judge betwixt us. Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. They did eat bread, tarried all night in the mount. Early in the morning, Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Chapter 32. And Jacob went on his way. The angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's host. Called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir, country of Edom. He commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. My servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks, and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in thy sight. Messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and herds and the camels, into 2 bands, and said, Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saidst unto me, Return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy, the least of all the mercies, of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan. Now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he will come, smite me, the mother with the children. And thou saidst, I will surely do thee good, make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine, 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. He commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, Whose art thou, and whither goest thou, and whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob. Is a present sent unto my lord Esau. Behold, also he is behind us. So commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying, On this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when ye find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him, the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of it. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, passed over the ford Jabbok. He took them, and sent them over the brook, sent over that he had. Jacob was left alone. They wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. When he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh. The hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. He said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. He said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. He said unto him, What is thy name? Jacob. He said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. He said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? Blessed him there. Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. My life was preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, and the sinew which shrank. Chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, till he came near to his brother. Esau ran to meet him, embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. He lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with thee? He said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. He said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? He said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, the flocks and herds with young are with me, and if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him an house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan. He came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and he called it El Elohi Israel. Chapter 34. And Dinah the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor the father of Shechem went out unto Jacob to commune with him. The sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to wife. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me the damsel to wife. The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he had defiled Dinah their sister. They said unto them, We cannot do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you. If ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone. Their words pleased Hamor, and Shechem Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance, and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. Unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city. Every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. It came to pass, on the third day, when they were sore, the two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. They slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, spoiled even all that was in the house. Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land. among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I, being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, should we deal with our sister as with an harlot? Chapter 35. And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. And Jacob said unto his household and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. Let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. They journeyed. The terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died. She was buried beneath Bethel under an oak. The name of it was called Allon Bacuth. God appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And God said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. Called his name Israel. God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. The land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. God went up from him in the place where he talked with him, and Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel. And there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. Rachel travailed, she had hard labor. It came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. It came to pass, as her soul was in departing, she died, that she called his name Benoni. His father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Israel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. Sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. The days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah the daughter of Anah the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth. And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Reuel. And Aholibamah bare Jeush, and Jaalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau, Reuel, the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Ada, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jeush, Jaalam, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, Duke Teman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife, Duke Jeush, Duke Jaalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan, and Shobal, and Zibeon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Ezer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these, Alban, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anah were these, Dishon, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon, Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Kiran. Children of Ezer are these, Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Achan. Children of Dishan are these, Uz, and Aaron. These are the dukes that came of the Horites, Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. The name of his city was Abith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Akbor reigned in his stead. And Baal-Hanan the son of Akbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pahu, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mazahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names. Duke Timnah, Duke Alba, Duke Jetheth, Duke Aholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Teman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. When his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and behold, your sheaves stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf. His brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? They hated him yet the more for his dreams, for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance. He told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth? And his brethren envied, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. When they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. They said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him. Cast him into some pit, and we will say some evil beast hath devoured him. We shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it. He delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him. Might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. Brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianites merchantmen. They drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. They brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit. And he rent his clothes. He returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. He knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. Jacob rent his clothes, put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him. He refused to be comforted, and he said, For I will go down into the grave unto my son, mourning. Thus his father wept for him. The Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, captain of the guard. Chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua, and he took her, and went in unto her. She conceived, bare a son, he called his name She conceived again, and bare a son, called his name Onan. She yet again conceived, and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. He was at Kesed when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. The thing which he did displeased the Lord. wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. He put her widow's garments off from her, covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. He said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. She said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose, and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garment of her widower. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. He returned to Judah, and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. She was brought forth. She sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are am I with child. She said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff. Judah acknowledged them, said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son. He knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. It came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Perez. Afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt. And Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand. And he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person, and well favored. It came to pass after these things, that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph. He said, Lie with me. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he hath to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me, but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness, and sin against God? It came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business. There was none of the men of the house there within. She caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house and spake unto them, saying, "See, he hath brought in an Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me. And I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. He laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. Spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant which thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. It came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife which she spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant do me, his wrath was kindled. Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. He was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. The keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. Whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper. Chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. And they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. And it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place. Thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when thou wast his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of bake meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree. The birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. It came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgat him. Chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed. And behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine and fat-fleshed. They fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed the 2nd time. Behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. The 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. Pharaoh awoke. Behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream. There was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream. There is none that can interpret it. I have heard say of thee that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke, and I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good, and behold, 7 ears withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. The thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. I told this unto the magicians. There was none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God hath showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What God is about to do, showeth unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. All the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt. The famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice, it is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Forasmuch as God hath showed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. He made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee. He made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paaneah, gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. Food of the field which was round about every city laid he up in the same. Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons, before the years of famine came, which Asenath the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bare unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For God, said he, hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. The name of the second called he Ephraim. For God hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended. The 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. The dearth was in all lands. In all the land of Egypt there was bread. When all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, and Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, what he saith to you, do. The famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Egyptians. The famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all lands. Chapter 42. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do ye look one upon another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, Lest peradventure mischief befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan, to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them, Ye are spies. To see the nakedness of the land ye are come. They said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Thy servants are no spies. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, Thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, That is it that I spake unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh, ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, and ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you. Or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely ye are spies. And he put them all together into ward 3 days. Joseph said unto them the 3rd day, This do and live, for I fear God. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. They did so. They said one to another, We are verily guilty concerning our brother, and that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, Spake I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child? and he would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. They knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. He turned himself about from them and wept. He returned to them again and communed with them, and took from them Simeon and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laded their asses with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in, he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. Their heart failed them. They were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that God hath done unto us? They came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, The man who is the Lord of the land spake roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. We said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said unto them, Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to thee. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in the which ye go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Chapter 43.
And a damn costume. Know all about her. I can make that even such an enhancement. I agree.
Mr. Dan is probably thinking, do I want finished thinner Hulk Hogan as my centerpiece, advertising to my audience how important steroids were to me. So Vince McMahon had to shift his focus to smaller guys, which were more athletic. So,
Hey, did you take your shot today?
I realize that eyes would
Hey, well, is wait, this is what is
I'm free. Entertainment that you, your entire family, can be proud of. After steroids, I
this, but second of Brock Lesnar's body change. Coming back, Lesnar has a like
I have felt okay. Doesn't come out of the pants yet. We're done. Thanks, guys. Office found with bad substance. Claims of fight. Isn't it? Estrogen. Natural testosterone level. Counteracting the side effects resulted of level 4A instead of his good age was at his absolute 2000. Name came back, but like that. Natural. I think. Have you trying to have kids?
Certainly has told anyone that will listen, including the national audience, that he should be talented tonight.
Have dedicated. Like, no way. By time, someone age may not have tested. Trying to incriminate someone else. Trying to masters in 2000.
Oh, I lose you check out his shirt instead. Actually, those people looks better. You know, he wasn't exactly the sharpest knife majority of the point. I mean, he's a little touchy, so. Let's see, I had
Even Hoffman, environment, came up to be wanted. Far away from one. Football fans.
The top officials come up to me and he didn't outright say, hey, we're going to need you to get on this. What he told me was, have you thought about talking to some of the boys about that creatine wraparoll? I asked around, said, am I hearing what I think I'm hearing? They informed me, yes, you are. I still remember getting called into the office, pulling up a piece of paper and going, Maven, you popped positive on menstrual, DECA, marijuana, painkillers. Don't let it become a habit. And out the door I went. My second shot. I'm not getting out those results without these answers.
Telling him hands as good for you. Was surprised at the beginning.
in the Classic Survivor Series Elimination 8-man tag team match. That would have been fast to meet the best in the business. Wait a minute.
Well paid. Last year, great one. Come on, it's but the fans said, how it all down.
Now let's not go to the gym as much. 10 ounce, 10 ounce else. I realize that size once I decided to
Help us. Ouch.
Won't be making no more on these surgery on your face just like you had it on your
So quickly. Fans. Excellent.
I see him jacked up on steroids, and I know someone's on steroids because Superstar Billy Graham is taking steroids.
Testable. Adventure. Down.
Teaming together for the very first time in their careers. Understandably for them, means that what my balls.
How would you see? Down.
How about that new and improved physique on Rey Mysterio Jr.? Obviously, there's no slacking off during his rehab. He's come back from serious knee surgery.
I mean, they understand. Having to appear bigger and
We're not going to put it down in Phoenix, Arizona.
They also while the heavy rain likely oh yeah, I was a pioneer, and it was of course legal. Standard. His right leg. I had to take steroids for 5 years. I started wrestling in the mid-60s. I still got in the top. No one copied me anymore, especially when don't take my hey, thank you. I myself personally have injected Hulk Hogan with anabolic steroids. Oh, he told me he'd been taking steroids for 1 full year at the time I met him. I believe. Hogan is granted you'll understand how he got his steroids from doctors. If you go to jail for 13 years, you get paid. Hey, did you take your shot today?
Mr. Man is probably thinking, do I want a diminished thinner Hulk Hogan as my centerpiece, advertising to my audience how important steroids were to his book. So this man had to shift his focus to smaller wrestlers who were more athletic.
Man, with steroids user himself, pretty drug pushing. Legal. My steroids. Official. Also.
I need to try someone. Probably because he is having a must be education of travel space.
Currently, Kazi is looking for profit. Our mission at Kazi is to create fair employment for artisans by designing high-quality Uganda, Rwanda, and Ghana. 80% of our sales on Amazon are our brand value.
What if all I do
Benoit tragedy was used as I said to some form of dynasty.
understand is
Benoit's doctors was prescribing a 10-month supply of anabolic steroids to the wrestler every 3 to 4 weeks.
no correlation between taking steroids and depressed people.
This mental meltdown that he had, massacring the innocent, that was far beyond steroids or any kind of a chemical.
And my words to Chris at that time were, Chris, you're a very accomplished wrestler. You have the ability to go in and wrestle. Why are you doing these things? His response to me at the time was, Dad, if I want a job, I have to.
He was best friend with steroids, challenges, doping, anabolics, the mind, and more you can pain.
Think about it. Out and out.
five, and crazy tons of random. Hunting tragedies about Guerrero.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever for their own timely deaths.
I mean, they wrestled for you. They were part of your organization. They worked a couple hundred nights for you. Live this lifestyle. No, I'm not. I'm honestly curious.
Because I told you, these individuals work for our organization at one time. They also work for other organizations. I'm not responsible for the way the business was then.
Then was I not growing up with the dynamite? Like Chris, I'll break down barriers. Dynamite came. Dynamite also had a foul end. Family and final matches took place in Tom returns for a comeback. Comeback match. Dynamite came back in the bottom.
I just wanted to let you know first that we're getting close. So, deal or anything.
I don't know. Both very important. Heavily medicated. And
Back key.
all ultimate. 2006, tested by Jack Club conventions. Next had a visit. The sign of
Extreme elimination chamber.
premature business. Finally, 5
I'm 32 years old. Went to 8 funerals this year. I shouldn't be going to funerals at 32 years old. It opened my eyes. It made me just take my foot out of the grave, step back and say, what am I doing? Do I want to join that club? Hell no, I don't want to join that club. So either you clean up, straighten up, you lay down and decide, I took back, straightened up, now I feel great.
2008, as a result, he passed away in March of 2003. They used eventual brain. He didn't watch World fans, I know. So big back then. Nothing like home persona.
Carnage.
Bad being that he's got a free. What's he ever felt? Aged.
Punch you, big protest. Let's face that fuck you to them. Like, yeah, tell that motherfucker to pick up a limousine and we'll go down together. If I know that motherfucker's hot deal, juices and gills, man. Fuck you.
That was
body off. Baggy came. Especially back on an off cycle. They can really go 3 to 5 days. Focus both back on very open. On back. Can use run on
A low dose. Came time for testing. I had a guy that was clean that would leave me a cup. I can give you exactly what I took. That was the morning. I have zero regrets on it. It didn't do anything to cause.
The handsome man or the great physique and the young man with the long hair.
I was doing that. I didn't find anything to except I did do a lot. Planning for breaking it outside 2004. And we began to capitalize. Anyway, but that's down even fire. But I did. I lost 30 pounds. I got down to 190. That was that. Give you my. Hey, they were found that light. The Langles most iconic opponents in the was I went on to actually down to Ryan after rejecting he broke into wrestling Warrior. Warrior was a bodybuilder. Two roided out young men. Like this. Warrior's colleague. He's wealthy and messy. That stopped in 1990. Level that's athletes. But they have to make a conscious decision whether they're going to play by the rules it will take to be the best in the world. What is the sacrifice I was willing to take? Controlled, non-abusive way I chose to do it. I was building a security up in my life in other ways by making sacrifices. Use my body in other ways. Similarly, and but then room without permission. Great day.
Hey, what is going on? It is Black, and I'm coming back. Y'all alright, so now for the last couple of days, I've just been grateful, so on and so on, right? Usually throughout that time, a lot of things, stuff, also all kinds of stuff, right? So there's a lot of stuff to do. Honestly, I didn't even know what I wanted. I had something in mind, so I was thinking a few great, right? Now, a lot of y'all are gonna remember. But there, and try to keep friendly so not get banned, right? This video touches on topics and everything that was going on back then, basically pushing you up the platform. Some of the earlier videos I did, a lot of them got time now. Circle back around this topic because it's been like trending on Twitter or at Roswell Group video and all of that stuff that was first laptop was found on IP offers. I mean, tells right. So this video, if we're gonna go to Roswell rabbit hole. Now, if you're wondering why we got Lady Gaga that outfit, no, right? The mask is Roswell circulator. Facial mask, volleyball or something. People think that's something. Now, laptop, that's what nothing. Girl, drinking, real chrome, burn, face, face, videos, covered, laptop, congressman. Here are the as crazy volleyball. Also, interest, playing, basically, Gaga, Dusty, Dreams, people, regardless if someone, I'm with this article. I've never actually out frazzled, discussed a lot of this stuff in a lot of Roberts, but talked about some stuff in the past, like I said, actually, like we're at a time of these now or kind of out or through and started it or whatever you want about it. Content, talk about it, but stuff about traffic underneath. Content, not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. This back at Vitamins. And I'm not going to try to pronounce stuff right. Back at Vitamins. And I know Michelle, Brandon. I remember like Brandon. I remember Cato have collaborated together for the virtual fashion advertising campaign. Controversial. One of them continues sometimes articles. So it says in 2006, Vitamins array of outerwear shirts, dresses. On, however, secondary must reimagine up such as so service provide. Now, you know that Larry Fieldwall on the founders cereal, potato, decided taxes have challenged that micro market by the betterment open owner of raccoon girls from underage, but after stepping away from it, That's actually crazy because I didn't know all of the email, but this article all goes back to um, right. So with that being said, y'all, I want to
We're having Anthony Weiner. Right. So you have to ask him about Frazzle Drip. Go look it up. Oh, this video is a deep fake. I don't have any credibility to it on what happened with Hillary Clinton, whom on all this stuff. Nope, we're not going to ask him about that because I don't yet see a real source. A lot of it was stuff that, conspiracy, all this stuff that's being said. We're not going there. Yeah, you need to ask him about Pizzagate because that's exactly what's going on with kids. Yeah, no, we're not going there. That's not something we're going to be asking him about. Yeah, you need to ask him about this. And you need to ask him about this. I said, okay. All of these things that they said we have to ask you about. To be fair, it's Bill Clinton officiated your wedding with Uma, your wife, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So you've been very close, and your wife is still wife, or is it ex-wife? I think it's separated since 2017, right?
We're separated. We co-parent Jordan.
Okay. And, she was a right-hand person to Hillary Clinton in 2016 while the scandal was taking place.
Years before that, she was Hillary for 20 years.
And the whole thing with the life insurance, the email, 650,000, the one folder with the word life insurance and the files that are in there. So the next thing that people said, you got to ask him is the following. So, Rob, if you can pull up this story, I'm not going to buy into this one. Well, 9 out of 12 cops, NYPD, who saw the email and saw what was in that laptop, committed suicide. And it was 7 of them since June, and it was the most ever that this took place, and these are the men that committed suicide. So then we went and looked it up, and we're like, no, they did commit suicide, but it wasn't linked directly to seeing the laptop or the intel there, no problem. So again, no credibility there, so there's no reason to ask you the question about the 9 out of 12 cops that saw it.
You shouldn't even be listing them and give it out to
No, my job is to listen because I like to read.
You shouldn't be listing
Yeah.
Things.
Well,
these things
it is what it is.
Destructive people
These are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories that
all
some
that have
people,
books about them, though.
Right. But the one thing that
look at them both being ashamed next to each other right here. Notice something before skip over it. I just thought it was interesting. When he got toward it, that part we just heard, all have good books about those topics. Frazzle Drip, PD officers alive themselves, and basically Hillary Clinton's. Notice what he said. He said they all have good books about them. I suggest you read. Basically not supporting the so-called conspiracy. Thought it was books. They're not true.
did look up that wasn't a conspiracy theory was the following. And this is the one that's kind of weird. And first thing I ask myself is, how the hell is our guy here, Anthony Weiner, still alive? What do you mean by that? Well, when you go through the list of people that have been close to Hillary Clinton and the Clintons, and that this is not a conspiracy. You got the names of James McDougal, a Clinton's convicted Whitewater partner, died of an apparent heart attack. Mary Mahoney, a former White House intern, was murdered July 1997 at a Starbucks coffee shop in Georgetown.
Ron Brown, he died in a plane crash.
Vince Foster was the next one. By the way, the James Dougal was a key witness in a key star
Ron
investigation.
Brown was in a plane crash. Why is he on the list?
Ron Brown is another one, but it was a close person to this. Victor Racer, you got Paul Tooley, Ed Woolley.
Wait a minute, you're reading a list of people that Bill and Hillary Clinton knew. They're 80, they're 70.
But wait a minute, I'm asking you this question and an answer at the end. So you got Jerry Parks, Jane Bunch, James Wilson, Kathy Ferguson, Bill Shelton, Candy Powell, Florence Martin, Susan Coleman, Paula Grover, Danny Casolero, Paula Wilker, John Parnell Walker, Barbara Weiss. You should verify this yourself because you're running a radio, so you should look it up.
Charles
Meisner, Dr. Stanley Hurd, Barry Beal, Barry Seal, Johnny Lawhorn,
Can you read me the URL you're reading?
We'll send you the most credible source you can look it up.
Herschel Friday.
We will. We'll put the link below.
Just tell me so I know what to respond to.
Friday, Kevin Ivey, Dan Henry, Keith Coney, And these were part of the Ivy Henry case. Keith McCaskill.
What's the Ivy Henry case?
You can look it up. Ivy Henry case. So Gregory Collins, Jeff Rhodes, James Millen, Richard Winter, and then you got the close bodyguards, Major William Barkley, Captain Scott Reynolds, Brian Hanley, Tim Sable, General William
You don't
Robertson,
even know what you're reading a
William
list of. How is this
Densberger, Robert Kelly, Colonel Gary Rhodes, Steve Wills, Robert Williams, Conway LaFleur, Todd McKeon. I'm done. It's 46 names. And
of what? Can you read me the list? Can you read me the URL so I know what you're going to list of?
When I finished this, stillindestorm.com. You can look it up.
Stillindestorm.com.
You can look
it up. This is your big moment, guys.
Yeah, so you can go. By the way,
ads about chemtrails at the end of it.
He hasn't even asked the question. He's just reading the article.
He's reading a list of names.
So
he hasn't even asked the question. It's a list.
The fact that you're getting nervous is an answer.
It's not nervous. This stuff makes me sick when you
exactly. It makes us sick as well. It also makes us sick.
Doesn't.
Of course, because the establishment makes us sick.
You start the question by reading a list of
your reaction is an answer.
Conspiracy. I know these things make me sick, and people got killed.
Your reaction is an answer.
Someone went into a pizza parlor in Washington to eat this shit, and you're making an echo chamber.
Your reaction is an answer. So let me go to it here now.
No. Your
reaction
is an answer.
List.
My reaction is my reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you tell me what that list, in your view...
You haven't allowed me to finish. If you allow me to finish the question, then you can do whatever you want.
Some fucking name website.
I love your answer.
And these people who you don't even know who they are, you're reading them on a list of something, making some kind of as if it's somehow suspicious. You don't even know who these human beings are, who have families, who are like out there.
Now you spend the next 2 hours with you, one by one, explaining who these individuals are if you want to do that.
How about you pick one? Pick one and tell me who he was and what his story was. No, not you. You were asking me the question. Pick one name and then tell me.
Pull up Vince Foster.
Vince Foster, that's been investigated 50 times. Pull up one of the obscure names you pulled. Why did you pull Ron Brown? Here, let me read Ron Brown. Ron Brown, a Commerce Secretary, a plane crash while he was on a humanitarian mission, crashed on the side of a mountain. What do you want to know about Ron Brown? You want to know about Ron Brown?
Can you let me ask the question?
No, listen, this is a conversation.
No.
We're having a conversation.
I'm sorry, I'm the host. You invited me to your podcast, you get to ask the question. I'm the host. I want to ask you the question. Let me answer the question. Your reaction is already an answer.
I know. I am infuriated by people who drag other people's names who are powerless. You're not powerless.
Hillary Clinton is powerless.
No, these people.
Hillary Clinton is powerless. That's the problem.
These people.
Hillary's the problem.
You read a list of people because you have the power to do it. People who do that are bullies, and I don't appreciate bullies.
I have the power to do what?
You do. To read a list of some stranger's names.
To use the DOJ and other things to control.
That's not DOJ.
Yeah.
DOJ didn't make this list.
Let me finish up my question.
Some jackass made a list in his basement.
You have the right
You're reading their names as if they're incriminating in some way. That's bullying, and I stand up against bullies.
He hasn't even asked the question yet, Anthony.
Reading a list, and I said, let's move on.
No.
Because I set your answer.
Nobody has said
He hasn't even asked the question. I don't know what the question is.
Pick a name.
I'm going to ask you a question. And you get to answer
people who
or not answer.
And there are some of those people that had military titles in front of them, and you're dragging their name.
Even the point.
You're dragging their name through
even the point.
You should be ashamed
of
yourself.
Because their families would want to know.
Because you've got a podcast.
Some of their families would want to know.
Some conspiracy theory podcast. Some conspiracy theory that 9 people read. You find some guy that comes in, and then you go from Ron Brown to some obscure officer that used to protect Bill Clinton, who passed away. May he rest in peace for his service. And you are dragging them into some wacky conspiracy theory.
May all of them rest in peace. So here's the question for you. Because millions of people are not convinced Hillary Clinton.
Again, with the other people,
including myself. You want to do that? I'm not worried about.
Don't try to make it about some bozo who put up a website. Put in your own words.
Here's a question for you guys. A very simple question for you. So, how is it when you think about other candidates? Okay, everybody has a stereotype. You have a reputation whether you like it or not. What's your reputation? Your reputation is you like to text underage girls and you like to talk to girls and you sending pictures of your dangling. That's your reputation. Whatever you do, you can't do anything about it. Adam has a reputation. Adam is a playboy in Miami.
You better get back to that list of strangers you read.
I'm getting back to it. Tom's got a reputation. His reputation is a man who.
And right now, your reputation is listing strangers who served in the military and dragging their names.
I have a reputation to ask tough questions and piss some people like you off. That's my reputation.
Including dead people who I'm going to stand up for.
Oh, trust me. We are standing up for them more than you are standing up for them.
Let's see. You better get back to that list because we're going to clear some people's names today.
My question for you. How is it that in the last 50 years, we don't have a single candidate. Everybody has their own. Hey, John F. K. was a playboy with Marilyn Monroe. Trump turned McDougal, Stormy Daniels. You know, George Bush linked to 9/11 and weapons of mass destruction. Bill Clinton linked to Arkansas women, all this others. Everybody has a reputation. How is it that the reputation that follows them is people close to them die?
Now, the Anthony Wynn guy pretty much tell me that entire interview basically like act like he's bullying, acting, hands up for bullying, I call post of bullying, really just deflecting, talking about the fact that things are totally around them, like all the other presidents' reputation, certain things, these two trafficking, underage, but a lot of people dying around them. Speak of comes from, right? Very, very interesting that he said your reputation. Next thing, you know, like how he said underage, but like he had nothing to say to that. Better be getting back to that list. Checked. No, he did nothing. Imagine, you know, around a couple of other men, you're the one known for sending a picture of your dangling underage, you know what, or whoever you decide to. You're known for that. That's your reputation. That has to have out there like him. So that wouldn't get brought up or get about. Now y'all got an excuse. I'm a little late on that podcast. I've never seen it. I've seen his podcast on other subjects, but I haven't seen that one. So that was pretty interesting. But there's an article I found that kind of summed. But it says the deputy White House counsel Foster, now some of you talking about, found dead with a revolver after filing High Court tax return. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown reportedly indictment for corruption when the Air Force CT carried him down outside New Brunswick. How you say that? Former White House intern Harry Mahoney shot ex-style and deposited at room Starbucks. Luther Parks, head of security at said to have come out from research file on Clinton's illicit activity, died of multiple gunshot wounds. Former CIA Director William Colby had recently turned his against Foster unalive. Kevin Ives and Don Henry slain and placed on railroad tracks. Of 10 deaths from some connection to the Arkansas drug ring, Clinton is my son to have helped cover up. 2 supposed mistresses. 7 prominent Democratic fundraisers died under mysterious circumstances. 8 bodyguards, escorts, service agents, along with more than a dozen other witnesses, her friends, rivals, journalists, investigators. A lot of people know died in unsolved murders, hard to explain unalives, accidents, very social. Now the crazy thing, this article, this was for those were all in 2017, 2018. A lot of this stuff started long before. But clearly this is a long time. A lot of murders hard to explain. Deaths that are connected back underage, but part of.
Yeah, there's Anthony Weiner laptop.
I don't know if you heard this. I wrote an article about that too. 675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop search warrant because of all his sex perversion. All the emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Aberdeen emails, lots of people as a proxy for Hillary. What Comey called the the golden emails because they were the BlackBerry backup emails. They were supposedly looking for everywhere very diligently. Well, guess what they did when they found them on the Wiener laptop? They got a search warrant for things that didn't include the BlackBerry backup email. So when they told us, when he stood there and said that day, oh, we reviewed all the emails now, there's nothing there, that was a bald-faced lie. They specifically did not look at the BlackBerry backups, and they didn't look at a fraction of the laptop. So one of the things, if I were the president, I'd do, man the Anthony laptop and get the most trusted person in the military to start everything on it and start using. There's a lot that can be prosecuted. I have no doubt on that laptop. In fact, I've heard that the New York police officer saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go through it.
Hey, what is going on? It is Black, and I'm coming back. Y'all all right, y'all. Now, for the last couple of days, I've just prayed, so on and so, right? Usually throughout that time, a lot of things, stuff, also all kind of stuff, right? So there's a lot of stuff to do. Honestly, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. I had something in mind, so I was sent a few grids, right? Now, a lot of y'all are gonna remember, but they're and y'all try to keep bringing me so not get banned, right? This video touches on topics and everything that was going on back then, basically platform. Some of the earlier videos I did, stuff, a lot of them got on that circle back around this topic because it's been like trending on Twitter as far as Frazzle Trip video and all of that stuff that was first laptop was found on office. I mean, those right. So this video, if we're gonna go Frazzle Trip, rabbit hole. Now, if you're wondering why we got Lady Gaga, that outfit, no, right? The mask, it's Frazzle Trip, facial mask, volleyballers, add something. Now, after nothing. Girl.
You know, when things like this are happening, it's
Magician. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Oh.
The Super Saiyan transformation was nothing but a myth. Most average Saiyans at one point dismissing it as needed. However, with certain circumstances, a Saiyan be able to break through and fought for legendary status, whether it's hunger, restoration, genetics, or acceleration. With this form, a Saiyan undergoes a biological. With their hair spiking up and changing in color, their eyes also become greenish. Also, most Saiyans, especially blooded, gain an increased muscle mass, highlighting them. In this video, I'll I won't.
And
Basic litter stinks. Step up your litter game with Fresh Step Superior Odor Control. Step it up to Fresh Step.
It's all about creating stories of the game of football.
Exceptional fan experiences.
Next gen stat.
And Grand Rising to the Lakers. Y'all know we back with another banger, another reaction. I appreciate everybody who been tapping in, running up and 7 up. If you the channel, please like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell so you always notified whenever we try to upload. Y'all know we coming with about 4 videos every smooth 7. It's for entertainment purposes as well. Like and comment and subscribe to the channel. Helps Collective grow, helps Collective get bigger, helps more people who like this type of content. Happy with the content, but they Collective, I do want to go ahead and say, I need a true reporter. But I've been hearing more and more footage about, as I've been looking over more and more footage of what the UFOs or what people drones. I would like to say they drones. I don't know though, so I'm not gonna go on a limb. I seen a video and they said they coming from the ocean. Make me think that that's them playing. That's them. They gearing us ready for routine. My opinion. I only say that they ain't know. They say, oh, there's other species in the ocean. Now all of a sudden y'all gonna say there's drones coming out the ocean and y'all not putting them down? Come on, bro. They're getting us prepared for some bullshit. My opinion, but I ain't gonna hold you. I know what type of time we on. Let's get straight to the video, man. Let's go.
That's going to be a distraction for every single last one of you. Look around you as this is happening. Pay attention. Feel any type of wind movements that are taking place around you. Look at the people. The people, you're going to start seeing the beings coming through the people. These are the NPCs. That is one of the reasons why the Anunnaki is coming in to clean house. Because they're going to be taking over those who do not have a soul. You're going to see it through them. Make sure that you look at their eyes. You're going to see it all through their faces. For those of you that are tapped in on a spiritual level and your first eye is open, you are going to see them both come from what appears to be human to you, and then you are going to see them outside of the bodies. So you're going to get hit the hardest because you're going to be seeing both. And some of you are going to be seeing them with your naked eye, depending on the vibrational frequency that you're operating on. If you do not see them, you will feel them. It's imperative that you guys get these lights out because I need to beat the algorithm in this case to get the message out to as many people as possible. If you guys care about yourselves and you care about humanity as a whole, if you care about us as a collective, I am imploring you to please get this live out there to as many people as possible. Okay? Get the live out there, get the likes up so I can get the algorithm because shadow ban some of my videos because of things I talk about. They don't want it getting out there to the masses in that way. The only way that this is going to happen is that you got to make the damn video go viral. I was literally telling my Instagram audience, I said, I don't know why, but I feel like a damn cosmic reporter. This is so strange to me to be put in this position. But I was literally told last night that I had to put it out there, the collective, so they're aware of what's going on. I did not know that it was going to come down like this, and neither did governments. Nobody knew. When I talked to some of my higher aspects, they were also telling me that they had been investigating, and they didn't even know what time it was. So it also caught them off guard as well. I am a part of certain councils, okay? They didn't even know it was going down like that, so it caught them off guard. So I want to make sure you guys are clear. Certain things were caught off guard. This is not Project. Go look at the live I did in the video section of the channel. I break some things down to you to make sure you're clear. This is not Project. This is not a fake staged alien invasion. If this was a fake staged alien invasion, they don't tell you it's going to be a fake staged alien invasion before they do the fake staged alien invasion. Remember, the 2024 year doesn't even end until April 1. So it's still 2024 for us. Don't get caught up in the Gregorian calendar. That's to throw you completely off.
It's still 2024 for us. So this is the second half of the 2024 year. Go back and listen to my 2024 predictions part 1 and listen to that video very carefully. You are going to have to learn how to navigate. You are going to have to learn how to know when to pick up when you pick up. For those of you that are living in major metropolitan cities, I'm letting you know right now, it's not wise to be in a major metropolitan city while this is going on because people are going to spaz the hell out. Governments cannot tell you guys what's going on because they do not want to create a mass hysteria. They can't even tell the people how to navigate. And they're spooked. Everybody's spooked. There's a lot of different beings living on those realms. The beings who also live here do not want to see their home destroyed, tampered with, or messed with. So for them to show up before Donald Trump becomes sworn in as president, there's been a lot of talk of nuclear war. I want you to be clear. If a nuclear war takes place on this planet, it will be like the story of Vega. Those who do not know the story of Vega. That is when the actual Alpha Draconians went to war against the Lyrans and the planet got destroyed. The potential of that here. And so now they have to get ahead and make themselves known. And I was told to make you guys aware, humanity has got beside themselves. Humanity has dropped the ball on themselves. Humanity has allowed fear to take them over. Humanity has not called the people that they think that is in charge accountable to nothing. Even though you outnumber everybody, nothing is going to stop the Anunnaki from getting rid of what needs to go.
Now I'm gonna hear her out. Hey, y'all know I feel like they be saying not they would have some shit. But on the Anunnaki and journey, yeah, but I also heard Iran let off other shit. A whole bunch of drones coming out that month. A lot of shit going around, a lot of information back, something real. Like they say, it's so much misinformation, y'all ask one know the truth. Actually, know the truth, actually fake. But ISIS.
Okay, legit, I had to like pull over and like pull this back up because I thought maybe it's a car party, right? There's a bunch of like those weird like a Tesla vehicles over there, and I thought maybe it's like a car club all meeting up. And it's Thursday night. I just want to show you. There's no one over there. There's not a body. There's not a person. Like if it was a car club, those are pretty common around Atlanta. Zoom in. The video that I heard was like this girl saying like, "Have you seen?" And like the lights flickering or anything like that. And then I was in Jersey. He was like, "Yeah, my apartment car, I mean my like house lights. I'm sorry, my house lights have been going off and like flickering." And she made a video of like lights just like this, same thing in a parking lot. No idea how to find that or see it, but that's happening. Not a single person. And listen, I let the window down so you can hear it. My person had like radio on. What's that? Interesting enough.
There are all these people in their cars that do.
Diesel.
Community's excited for our new collection. Launching our books for Hispanic Heritage Month is so important to us because it's a product that's helping families raise bilingual children. But we're nervous, like, on a boat right now. On a boat. We're worried that it won't get here on time.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a basketball player or an astronaut. I want to be a lawyer. So I can help.
That's 9-year-old me, son of a union electrician.
That's 9-year-old.
Really? I think New Jersey. Look it up, Jake.
Isn't that like your
No, it's closer to. You like to end up in New York City. I don't know for a fact that 76. What do you eat, son? 75, 1976. You can check me out. That's okay. Kid next. Look it up, dog. There's a UFO. You see that's called. North Bergen is where I'm from. That's called. I forget what it's called, but it's a circular building. They did so much there in the 80s. They called it the grinder. That's what they called it because it was shaped like a Stonehenge. The Stonehenge. I have a couple of friends that live. People that live in that building. There's an actual North Hudson Park UFO. They dug up. They came out. There's a liquor store. You see the lights, with the bug music, and the Martians got out samples. There's a huge thing, there's a channel special about it. I still remember being a young kid.
Find the channel?
Not kid.
That was up the bus, up the building. And
Oh, yeah, no. It's on.
It says a UFO landed. That's right.
And witnesses, it's not just one guy that says people. The lights flashing outside. Contact the police department. They went full. The FBI came in, circled the literally in Hudson County. But it is like you think of this area of 100 biggest places to see. Sure. They even made a reference to it. He said something.
Get out of the back.
Because that's where they're at. Hackensack, Moonachie. Right. All those. You're going to have Moonachie, New Jersey. Yeah. New Jersey. Segovia, Spanish restaurant. It's been there since Kamensky. I don't know.
Harley Quinn, give me that bag of chips.
Little never known. I'm going to tell you the real deal. Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off. I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones. It's everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly. Now, we know there was a probability it could have been our own government. No, it's not our own government because they would have let us know. It could have been some really glorified hobbyists that were doing something unbelievable. They don't have the technology. But let's pretend that's possible. The third possibility, somebody, an adversarial country doing this. Know that Iran made a deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward. The sources I have are good. They can't reveal who they are because they are speaking to me in confidentiality. These drones should be shot down. Whether it was some crazy hobbyist that we can't imagine, or whether it is Iran, and I think it very possibly could be, they should be shot down. We are not getting the full deal, and the military is on alert with it.
But yet, the military hasn't intervened yet.
So word on the street is there's a large group of people turning themselves into evil. Now, I don't know if they was watching Hunter. I'm very in. They want to be like them when but they real life turning into hell because folks hinted drive-bys with Like, I'm just so convinced that they eat pig's blood with their cereal. Like, I really want to ask you, what made you change from this into this? Looking like an outstanding citizen, and now I got to do an exorcism. Like, why would you want to walk around looking like you got attacked by an idiot? Just look at how many people made this transformation to literally them a demonic entity or a reptilian. And the list continues to go on and on. It is now look now in. Now somebody in the comments, please explain to me, elaborate. What did we just see? Like follow from things. If you want to learn how to record video and make residual come off, I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, that's why I believe in respectful.
All I'm saying is that if aliens are turned out to be, they start visiting us and everything, and I still have to work my 9 to 5, I'm gonna freak out.
Story time. So, if you've never seen me before, I live in Tbilisi, Georgia. I left the United States in 2021. I started in Mexico, got residency, decided it wasn't the right place for me. I've lived in 7 countries. That means at least 3 months of work, and now I'm currently in. I'm actually in the laundromat here. I did a previous video about some tips, but America is not normal. And I'm going to tell you why. So, I signed a lease, kind of a long-term lease here in Tbilisi, Georgia. And I pay in cash. That was before I got married. Pay in cash. And he comes to my apartment to pick it up. So when he was coming, I asked him to bring me a copy of the contract that we signed. He was like, I thought I did, or whatever. He's like, okay, I don't have it with me now. I'll come by in a day or so. And so 2 days later, he comes by with the contract and it's with the print. Now, you all know, as Americans, rent day is rent day. And so, in my mind, I was already preparing for some type of confrontation, right? I had already said, I'm not going to pay a late fee, right? Because I had already had my explanation, my argument put together. Like, I was waiting on you to bring the lease. So, decided it took you that long to bring the lease, right? My whole argument, you know how we do in the United States, right? And so, I'm like, I was ready to tell him I'm not going to pay a fee. And then I was thinking, what if he says, what if you don't pay, then you're going to be evicted? So how am I going to handle this situation? So anyway, he comes, he brings the contract, and I'm prepared to give him the rent. So we're downstairs, and there's a co-working space in my building on the bottom floor. So I go in there, and I sit down, and I say to him, I said, listen, I don't think I should have to pay a late fee because, you know, it took you a long time to bring the contract. I didn't say that I wasn't going to pay you the rent without the contract. I just said to bring the contract, and you decided not. You decided not to come pick up the rent. That's not my fault. He was looking at me baffled. What is she talking about? I was like, you don't remember this conversation? I was like, I have the notes. I have the messages on WhatsApp. I can prove my point. I'm not charging you late rent. I don't understand. I was like, oh, I just want to be clear because I know that there is a clause in the contract about late fee. I don't want it to be an issue. I don't want you to look at the lease, put a note on my door, and try to evict me like you did. like always, I have a bank. I manage 15 properties. He said, I have never seen anyone in an apartment. Never, not a friend, not a family member, not me. Never. I've never seen it evicted. So y'all, I'm shocked. In America, you're a couple minutes late. You got a note on your door. They done changed the locks out on the street. He was like, what do you never do? How would we do that? I was like, so what if somebody can't pay rent? Like, what if, like, he said, listen, if you ever have an issue with rent, just call me. I was blown away, y'all. I was baffled. The way we live in America is not, people not so aggressive and disregarding your, like, he couldn't even fathom the fact that I thought he would possibly put me out of my apartment. It made no sense. Okay? That's number one. Number two, buying a house. I bought a house in my life. Maybe you bought a house, right? You bought a house in the United States, you literally have to give them your left liver and your auntie's ear, right? Just to get to the process. Get approved, just through the process. When you're biting your nails the whole time, you're waiting, there's all this paperwork, get approved, your job is good enough, that your debt to income ratio is right, yada, yada, yada. Here, they have properties that you can buy as an American. Want to diversify your investments, which I do recommend. So let's say if I were to buy a property, and the properties here are pretty inexpensive. I'm talking about new construction. Let's say I were to buy a property for $50,000, and I have some money, but I don't want to get a loan, right? I can buy a property here. They will say, okay, it's $1,000, pay us 10% down, and we'll go ahead and do the construction. It'll take about 2 years for the property to be built, and then you just pay a certain amount of money to us every month until it's paid off within that term, and we're good. What about the interest rate? What about the credit check? There's no credit check. What about me showing proof to have a job and that I deserve to live here and I'm not a criminal and yeah, that my debt to income ratio is right. It's not how things work. So I tell you, the way that we live in America is not normal. It's not normal for someone for the state or the government or whatever you want to call it, or the banking the bank to take your home from you because you missed a property payment, or for the HOA to take your home because you missed a couple of HOA payments. That is not normal. That's not the real world. And I'm not telling you that there are situations where people get loans abroad and things like that. But the way that we are treated in America, the expectations that are put upon us that we think are normal, and we think we're always falling short. We're not good. I don't have perfect credit. Oh, I don't have the right debt to the income ratio. I've been evicted in the past, so I don't deserve to have a roof over my head. That is not how the rest of the world operates. The rest of the world doesn't think we have to prove our worth as a human being to have shelter over our heads. The way we live for you, because I'm not there no more, the way we live in America is not normal. Companies in the United States, 1, set your leave date. 2, valid passport. 3, show my wait list. Deserve better. I've been gone for 3 years. And I'm never coming back.
Y'all let me know. Hey, that's kind of dope. Because out here, though, if you miss a day, you miss out. You never know you're going to get a notice on your door. It is going to be wild. And you got to prove your worth as a human. Well, I haven't been out in the United States, but everywhere I've been in the United States, like, cultures are different. Environments are a little different, but we still all think the same, or we still all get treated the same. And I've heard that before. Like, living abroad is way better than living here in the States. I've heard that. Y'all spam it up. Let me know y'all thoughts. If y'all traveled, experienced that. If y'all done what she's done and moved away, y'all spam it up, man. Let me know. I have been thinking about it, but like I said, it's more complicated than you think. Like you got family. Like you trying to help your family out too. So it's not just you can just cut. You got your family to worry about. And the family been laying on my whole back, literally. So yeah, that's a whole lot. That's a whole nother topic. Like, yeah, that's a whole nother topic. So to be able to just take off and leave them, or try to bring all them with me, the immediate, the ones that matter, the ones who've been there with me, that shit is hard, man. That's hard.
Very, very serious. So, in the last hour, U.S. officials, this is coming from U.S. officials, with the sub, it's not a conspiracy. Shit's not a joke. The words of U.S. officials, we are currently being swarmed with these unknown drones that came from the sea. I don't know why people are using the terminology drones, because we all know they're UFOs. They are UFOs. I've seen a lot of people talking about how those are actually fallen angels, demons, and whatnot. And I started to believe that until one thought came to mind. I'm pretty sure these fallen angels are really spacecraft and manned vehicles. This has nothing to do. Although I'm not completely closing my mind off to that theory, this is now I don't know what the future holds for us. And I don't know why the US specifically right now. But we're being observed. The aliens are making themselves known. Well, I don't know what's being planned. I don't know what's gonna happen. And I don't know what to I don't know if it's a project. I don't know if this is just our drones, which I don't think it is. Why we're being understated. Because first it was just Jersey, now it's California. It's been here. Actually, this shit's been just. Actually, I thought I'd just come in here and say, let y'all know that. Saying that we pretty much, I wouldn't say invaded because in here, it's really not. But yeah, they came from the sea. In the term, in the words of U.S. officials, it was from the sea. I just thought y'all would know that. In case you don't. I don't know what's gonna happen. Honestly, there is nothing that we can. It's good. At the end of the day, if these aliens do decide to get hostile, we can shit. The only thing we can do things start getting better. These aliens are really on that time.
So I heard it was 50 drones, UFOs, because they come in things it's not no damn drone. The way they was sounding, nah, they made a drone. So he right, he right. Because I said some people like to call them drones, some people like to say UFOs, and then I said they drones. But I'm gonna go ahead and say I think they UFOs too. Man-made, whether they man-made or from extraterrestrial, I don't know. But I heard 50 of them came from the ocean, and they let what was it officials know. Officials sent, I think, I think it was Navy SEALs or the National Guard. I think it was National Guard. The National Guard, and the National Guard said they saw 13, I think. It was like 13 they saw come out the water. So I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all feel. Shout out to bro, his braids is thick. I already know I had to get rid of braids and go back to the locks because he going through, he got to scratch his head and got to tap that. Man, bro, I don't like that feeling. And his braids is hard. His braids is hard. Make me contemplate on chopping the locks and going back to it, but nah, I'm straight, bro.
At this point, you guys probably all heard about the Alexander twins and the third brother. They're getting charged with a lot of women. Well, I never thought I would actually have this idea, but I proposed to society itself that once every 6 months, twice a year, super rich people get investigated for anything else. Because at the end of the day, it's not about doing anything wrong. You did everything right. Or maybe you didn't. You just inherited this blessing. But at the end of the day, you got enough powerful friends and enough money that could buy enough corrupt poor and middle class people to the point that you could get away with crimes at all your life till after you're long gone, or to when you're at the end of your life. In which case, where's the justice in that for the victims? So I think that these type of people. The problem is when you're super rich, super famous, or you got super rich and famous friends or family, things of this nature. You can actually see how people condition and present themselves to you differently. You'll have somebody dog out their mom and dad and they'll love you because you're famous. But I got they'll show you the most respect. You know what I'm saying? You'll have a bunch of dudes or a bunch of chicks in the inbox all spitting similar bar, trying to mosey up to you. And anybody who's smart can appreciate humility, right? And especially if you need something from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just time and conversation. You got a question, don't nobody owe you that. Be humble. So I can respect it, but at the same time, when you know that these people, they treat you a certain way only because of this materialistic, superficial element, it gets hard not to look down upon low IQ people. I swear to God. And here's another thing. You know, you got to understand that when you're rich, super famous, or just like powerful, which probably entails a little bit of both, you're going to get laid. There's somebody struggling, even if they ain't struggling, there's somebody in your line of work who's attractive. You'll find them attractive. You just got to find them. And, you know, it'll work. It just works. It just makes sense for y'all to be a thing or for y'all to do this thing. See what I'm saying? But getting tail is super easy, man or woman, once you're in a certain position in life. So at that point, when you know you might not like the quality, you know, of the fish in that river, but at the same time, there's a lot of fish in the sea. See what I'm saying? So now, what is the next game? Because you're going to get bored, right? Well, crime for a lot of people. See, in this life, you really only move in one or two directions. You either A sin or B sin. So in their position, you can only get closer to God or closer to the devil, right? Think about no church, ain't no Bible thumping. Let's think of it in terms of good and evil. They clearly got closer to evil through their wealth. They could have been doing a lot of good things, and I'm sure that they actually did. But in their soul, behind closed doors, when the lights are off, they were demons. See what I'm saying? And it's hard for a lot of people to fight, but it's highly understandable when you understand that once you've achieved and hit the mountaintop, there's nothing else to do except break the law, get into hedonism, or become a spiritual person. How many vacations can you take? How many holes can you climb into? You know what I'm saying? Like, really think about this. Jewelry loses its value within a week of you buying it, clothes, all of this crap. None of it matters, for real. And you can either be highly intelligent or might not be that super high IQ, but you really are smart. You're also blessed to have the wealth and the connection and this information from birth, right? Or at some point in your life, you was able to get blessed with this situation, which gave you this perspective. See, a lot of people can't think outside of the box because they haven't acquired enough pieces of themselves to put themselves in certain environments to even receive the information. You gotta build yourself up just like a video game kid. You have to level up. And people don't level up themselves, get the right attention and notoriety from the right people to help you level up further. These guys were already leveled up to the max. It's just what they were born into. You already maxed out like that. There's no true appreciation for it. Yeah, you might can appreciate discipline, hard work, which family built, yada, 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 right? You understand the importance of money because you're educated, smart. But at the same time, when it's given to you, even if it ain't, after you achieve it and you have it for so long to the point where you can't remember missing a meal, can't remember having to work on a budget when you like literally living this lifestyle so long that you can't remember the struggle and you can't remember certain things, bro. I'm a different type of person. And now you've already had all of the pleasures that you can legally afford, that makes sense to you, that you're attracted to. So now what is the other side? The other side is the darker side of your nature that attracts to you. And a lot of people are just too emotionally, psychologically, biologically, and spiritually weak to like that. Straight up. I'm out.
That reminds me of the movie Dope. Not Dope. Reminds me of the movie Dope. I remember with the spacecraft in the sky, Kiki Palmer and bro from Get Out, dude from the movie Get Out. Yeah, that remind me of. But remember, Isis Wisdom said, distracted by looking up. So let's keep our eyes open to all of this. As we always say, we're gonna pay attention to what's going on up there. We're gonna keep our eyes open to the shit that's going on around us too. Gotta stay well rounded. Gotta keep your hand on the swivel. That's what I like to say, so that's what I'm gonna push. Spam it up if you agree. That's my 2 cents. It's crazy. Hell of a time to be alive. Hell of a time to see all this shit that's going on. I'm enjoying it. I love it. Y'all spam it up with y'all thoughts. Let me know.
Okay. Context. This is next video. Off my balcony. That is South Jersey. That is Jersey City. Over here is New York City. There is nothing in this area. No stadium, no cities, no bridges, nothing. No.
We got them, y'all. We got them. We got them. TikTok, this is my opinion. This is my observation. I am only practicing free expression within the guidelines of TikTok community. Not to be taken as misinformation. Got them, y'all. We got them. Did y'all know that every areas these drones are flying over waters in the neighborhood? People are now experiencing frequencies and communication. I don't like it's some communication going on people's radios. It started happening last night, and it's been going on since last night. I suggest now if you're scared, go to church. But if not otherwise, get in your vehicles. That goes for anybody, not just New Jersey, not just where the people are saying that they really been seeing the drones. Start turning on y'all radios. Turn your radios and your cars on. You may hear what's going on. But I don't believe that the beings, aliens, or whatever you want to call them, I don't believe that they are trying to contact us per se. What I believe is going on right now is they are communicating with one another, and because of the technology that they use, can just interrupt and bypass our frequency. We're going to pick up something on our waves. That's what's going on. I want y'all to be the judge. Y'all listen to this. This the actual recording of frequencies, waves, some type of communication that was going on. People was picking up on their radios, Jersey, last night. Yeah, they communicate with each other. Yeah. And it won't be long before they start revealing their true selves. We'll be seeing them soon, y'all. Y'all listen. They trying to get us out of here. They are trying to get us out of here. They do not want us getting this information. They do not want us sharing it amongst each other. Y'all need to go do this right here. Go do this right here. Go do this right here. When I get my enough people up, I'm gonna start dropping these bombs. I'm telling y'all now. Because the shit that I really want to do, I can't even go over. It don't matter how many accounts that I have on this here, where we at right now. They ain't gonna let me really say what I want to say. Y'all want to continue to get this good information. This is it. This is the big shift that everybody keep talking about, that everybody been waiting on. This is it. I'm on top of it. And I'm on top of it, and I'm here for it. And I'm bringing it to y'all as much as I can. Go do this now. Go do this now. This is the picture that you're going to see. This is me. Go sub right now. Go ahead and do this.
Communicating through frequency. Lately, I've been feeling like I've been in a time warp. That's what I've been feeling like. Like, it feel like time just sometimes either speed up super fast or slow down super. Or just like, feels like everything's slow motion. I don't know. Y'all let me know. But if I get one to communicate or I hear something like that through the radio, I already said it. Man. I'm not inferior to mugs. Like, I'm not inferior to things. So, man, I'm trying to chill with one. Straight up, bro. Take me to your planet because it got to be better than damn United States. It got to be. Tell me what y'all living like, bro. Bring me back one piece. And if you could look like a human, bro, I could bring you back and you could go ahead and, like, I can show you how we live, but you probably already know because you already hella in advanced and shit like that. But I'm trying to go experience what it's like there, bro. I'll be the person to go over the hills, see what it's like, and come back and tell everybody like, hey, bro, I went. It was this, it was that. Only if they allow me to. Nah, that shit. But not they like the 1%. I'm talking about they like extraterrestrials, the good kind, not the bad kind. Let's make that clear. I only want to kick it if you on that righteous path, bro. If you cool. But y'all spam it up, let me know what y'all feeling. Have you experienced that with y'all frequency, stuff like that? But like I said, UFO, I see an alien, and he don't give me no smoke, and we cool, and we're gonna talk, bro. Let's have a conversation. I don't care what you look like. Let's kick it, bro. You might be one of my closest people. I'm just saying, I ain't judging here. That's all I'm saying. I'm going off my instinct and shit like that. And I attract something good, so yeah, y'all spam with y'all thoughts.
Play Merry Money Mania from the Kentucky Lottery for your chance to win up to $150,000.
This kind of ties it all in together. Don't you all think it's strange how that three-body problem got translated to English and, came out a year ago? Sometimes things are predictive programming. But, guys, it could be just as simple as the fact that people who make movies and shows are creatives, and creatives are more intuitive beings. They prophesy. They see things. They're seers. So we all know there's a weird shit going on with our what is there? Going time for hours and let's refer to that point. Because that is a real phenomenon that can happen. I looked it up. Because when I went to watch that show, it scared me so bad that I could not watch it. I'm not sensitive. Usually when that happens, it means I'm on to something. And it's scary when it's something like that. If
The aliens are us from the past, but now they're far in the future. Travel to some other planet, or some other celestial body out there. We know there's another moon in our orbit. That's what they're telling us. But what if it's actually they've been on? They're more advanced. They're people from the past, but aliens in the future. But let's stick to them. They were us at some or to the hieroglyph. Maybe other moon that's coming out of orbit is the they went to. But it has caused a free body problem, which there's a couple things that can happen with that, but I will let you know that if another planet or another celestial body that's big enough to throw off like our rotating on our axis like this, that yada yada, it will cause extinction on both planets or all. Third one being the sun. It can the sun will typically get everything. Well, the reason why this happens, everybody knows that this daylight savings time, everybody's been right. That's more evidence for everybody problem. So maybe the reason for the shift in alien activity, they came back. My guess is for Elon Musk, really, because, and I'll get to that, but he's the man with the answers to all of this. I think they came back at some point, get in cahoots with him, or get whatever information they had to go find another planet for them to go to. And they have to come back here and make sure that we, as humans, don't wipe ourselves out before they can get themselves to a new place to it. Because it's about to all be gone, but they don't want us to ourselves up before they can fix another home. Because then it's all over anyway. Because it's got to do with the timeline thing, and that's something we can't understand. But think about it. Okay, Elon Musk and all the shit that he's in, and he has plainly said that he would try to make Mars habitable. Factory. They could be gathering supplies. So think of it. Robots able to live somewhere uninhabitable now, plus the access to go to space and come back safely, plus Twitter, ability to monitor people, the ability to do things we probably don't even know. That has some sort of like physical thing to it. It adds in that all this somehow. Or it's a way to gather information so they can come and get the human they have already chosen. We're going to go up with them. Special stuff. Just think about it. For a lot of people saying that